thoughts build up until I can't breathe. My mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Now, you indicated the other poncho was wet in some parts.
Yes,
This one,
I don't recall.
could you take a look at the screen as well as on the upper right? What is depicted on that photograph?
That's remnants from the bag transferred onto the brown paper.
Hi guys. So we're looking at some of the contents from those trash receptacles. We've seen white
It's
zip ties.
11:15 now. Attorney Manning, do you wish to take the morning recess now?
May I just take a look at what is the next one? We can take the recess now, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll stand.
So we've been looking at the contents of the trash receptacles. Been quite a laborious entering of evidence, but we've seen white zip ties. We've seen, I'll show some of it to you in a moment, a shirt that has got cut marks on it, the Vineyard Vine shirt, and then also a bra, so a bloodied shirt, bloodied bra with cut marks on it. And so that is obviously where law enforcement have drawn the made the inference that there was stabbing taking place here. I don't think it's rocket science, but now we at least understand how they know. Good to see you guys here. So we're going to look at some of the evidence items. They include a poncho. It looks kind of like a transparent garbage bag. And that, remember the image we saw of a figure on a bicycle? That seems to be related to that as well. So the guy that's been testifying, his name's Sergeant Kevin Duggan, and he's with, I think, the van squad, and it's his job to look at these sort of materials. So let's try and look at some of what he's found. And so obviously it's a case of sorting through the trash that's trash and the disposed evidence, right? The other thing that has been very sort of, are those zip ties over there, I wonder? The other thing that's pretty crazy about this is that he recovered this trash on May 30th, which shows you, I assumed that they recovered the trash that night, like May 24th. So law enforcement really are quite lucky that the trash was still there almost a week later, right?
And what color is it?
It's clear with a red blood-like substance in it.
And here, this red bent object, do you see the cursor, sir?
I do.
Was that what it appeared like in the garbage that day?
It was.
And did you later find what it was?
I did.
What is it?
It's a bent mop or broom handle.
Did you take the entire contents of this garbage?
I did.
Did you bring it to Troop H and
Yes.
do the same process that you did before?
Same process as the other trash cans.
And were you?
Yeah, so that's also true. Looks like a razor was also found. Now, it's not clear whether the razor was used in the commission of the crime or cutting perhaps the zip ties, who knows. Yeah.
Were you able to go through this garbage canister when you arrived in Troop H?
I was.
And briefly, picture 5, is that the garbage after it had been removed?
Yes.
And these loose items on the bottom, did you take those?
I don't recall.
Sir, I'm going to show you the photo in front of you. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph? This is photo 6.
I do.
Grady? What is it?
So that's brown paper with the location, Albany and Green Street, written in a marker. And that's our trash bag with the contents of the trash that we found at that location in the Troop H garage.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your trash bag containing the contents of Albany and Green garbage canister on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you one more. Picture 7.
Hmm?
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
That's the overall contents once we emptied it out onto the brown paper.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the contents of the garbage canister that you put in the black bag on May 30th, 2019 out of Albany?
We did.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention as well.
So if you look at this particular image, they are the zip ties. That looks to me kind of like a sponge. Those look like gloves, cycling gloves, don't they? That is the razor. There also seems to be a sharp object there. Looks like possibly a screwdriver or something. Keys over here. Who would throw away keys? There is the poncho, which seems to be covered in a blood-like substance. There's looks like a book that is stained, and then some kind of material. And so what is missing from this so far is what you'd imagine would be the soiled tissues. Where is that? And so the question now is Michelle Troconis' DNA on any of these items, right? One or any of these items.
To, I believe what we just, in the photographic proceeding in the garbage contained in the can, is that this, I guess, you called it a poncho?
I did.
Is that this item down here?
It is.
With respect to this item, can you please describe it?
So that's a black trash bag, which we opened and later found a long sleeve shirt and a bra.
And could you describe the long sleeve shirt and the bra, please?
The long sleeve shirt is cut. It's a Vineyard Vines shirt, and it is covered in a blood-like substance along with the bra.
And was the bra cut as well
Yes.
and covered in the blood-like substance?
Yes,
Did you cut, you open this bag?
I did.
Draw your attention up here to the mop. Is that also what was contained in that garbage canister in that?
So can you see that is part of a mop handle that looks like it's broken off and been bent. You can imagine the mopping that went on happened pretty quickly, but it seems that the mop was thrown in with the other items. So if the bicycle and Jennifer's body was thrown into the back of the Chevy Suburban and quite a few garbage bags, then probably that mop was thrown in as well. Now when it's disposed of in the garbage, it's broken into a smaller piece. So one's got to try and look at this and look at what is not part of the evidence. So, for example, this cup and that cup, what is likely needing to be excluded here? And it would be easy to imagine that you'd exclude that if you don't know the other evidence, right?
Picture that we saw.
It was.
Now, over here, this item, sir, what is it?
It's a razor blade.
And did you seize that as well?
I did.
And
Victoria,
as you
good
went
to
through
see
this
you.
garbage, sir, did you take individual photographs of each of the items?
I did.
How did you do that?
So the overall trash was identified as exhibit number 502. Any item of evidence that we seized from the trash can was given a letter. So for example, 502A, 502B.
And briefly, if I can, I'm going to go through some photographs with you. Sir, if you can, take a look at the screen in front of you. For the record, the monitor to the jury is off. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
That's the later identified as a poncho with a blood-like substance on it.
Did you seize that as evidence
I did.
and gave it a number?
Yes,
What was that?
502A.
And did you take that photograph?
I did.
Exhibit.
Sir, did you seize this item?
I did.
Okay, and with respect to seizing it, if I may just have a
So what are we talking about here? Could this crime have been committed by someone wearing a poncho, or did the person who committed the crime clean up the crime scene wearing a poncho, or both? Right? And one of the ways that Fotis Doulos has been described is fastidious about his appearance. And does this tie in with that? I must say, to me, just on the on the surface of it, it seems like quite a fastidious approach. Not that he executed the crime very cleanly, if that's really the word. Thanks very much, Victoria. I just want to also point out, I saw a post of yours on Instagram. You really do have a beautiful cat. Very nice cat. So thanks a lot for that. What do you guys think? Do you think that poor Jennifer was faced with this attacker in the form of her ex-husband, dressed basically in a garbage bag, kind of running up to her? Or did he attack her and then put that on?
a moment, Your Honor.
Now, I must say, I'm wondering also what those keys are for. Are they keys to the house? Are they keys to the car? Are they keys to something else?
If I may just- Stage 43. If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
So I wanted to avoid covering the initial part because it was this incredibly slow process of admitting an item of evidence every single time. At every single point, the defense objecting, or not really objecting, but wanting to test procedures and then accepting it on every single bag, on every single step that was taken. And yeah, it definitely was making an already slow going thing even slower. So that's kind of why I wanted to not cover this live, the whole thing.
Yes.
So I think they're taking out the actual Poncho and showing it to the jury here.
Sir, do you recognize this item?
I do.
What is it?
That's exhibit number 502A. That's what was a clear poncho with blood-like substance.
It was a clear poncho?
Yes.
So with respect to the poncho that I'm holding, up here on, I don't know if you can see it, sir, but on the top, it looks like there are cuts.
Yes.
Was that in that condition when you seized it that day?
Yes.
And there are, I guess, numerous markings and things on this. Do you know what that is?
No.
Do you know if this went to the lab at all?
I do know it went to the lab.
And did they take action on it?
They did.
So that's really the testimony. What we want to hear is, in terms of evidence item X, what was the DNA, or what were the DNA results, but specifically with regard to Michelle Troconis, right?
Going to ask you actually to just take a look at the top, the ends edging on here. You see this red-like markings?
I
on
do.
the edge? Did that look like that photograph all over this poncho when you picked it up that day?
Yes.
And you indicated.
So obviously we're dealing with a homemade poncho, right? Also, we're dealing with someone who, I'm stating the obvious, who went to the house with intent, went to the house with a poncho already constructed, went to the house knowing that he was going to create a bloodbath, knowing that he was going to be stabbing, right? And you kind of get a bit of a sadistic feeling about it. You know, it's like a soldier going into war and he dresses up with body armor and so on because he knows what he's about to step into. It's in other words, you know, if he premeditated it, then the question is, had he ever communicated any of those thoughts, anger, frustration, whatever, to Michelle? And bear in mind, both Michelle and Fotis had been married before and divorced before. And they are facing the loss of their home at the end, at the sort of finish line of this whole divorce thing. Very likely he wouldn't be able to continue living in that house if the divorce proceeded as normal, I guess.
With respect to the stuff on the bottom of the photograph up there, that it was from this item.
Yes.
Do you know which part it was from?
No, when we took it out, a lot of it was wet, so it was just leaking everywhere.
Thank you. Let me just have one moment here.
Hello, Susan Ennis.
Yeah, shut up.
So
One moment, counsel.
I just want to have a look at this comment from Gemma. I do think it's possible. I think another possibility is also that she may have been placed into a foundation I saw something like that on an episode of Reacher. But you do make a good point that the fact that her clothing was removed, does suggest what you're saying there. Yeah. So, he may have had the idea that it would be satisfying from that perspective, but from the perspective of cleaning up a crime scene, I think he had no idea what he was in for.
Recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize this to be?
That's the package that item number 502B is contained in.
Did you give it the item number 502B?
I did.
And what is 502B?
Basically a clear plastic bag with blood-like substance on it.
State would offer 44?
That's before, that's as we found it.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to try and just jump across the images. I'd love to play you the original footage, but it's very slow going. Introducing an image, the defense, questioning the procedures and so on, and every single time. So we're not going to play the whole thing, but we kind of just want to see what was retrieved from which trash can. Now, I don't know if you guys feel the same way. I feel like there's still a fair amount of trash missing. Where is the blood that is covered in where's the paper towels that would have soaked up all of the blood, right? Now, I'd have thought yesterday, and let me see if I can play this for you guys. Did you know that Michelle Troconis was actually asked? She was asked about the paper towels, and she actually admitted handling a paper towel with a stain on it. Now, I don't really want to focus on the details, but the bottom line is, under official police questioning, Michelle Troconis was asked about paper towels, and she acknowledged that she was actually holding a paper towel that Photos DULOS gave her, and I guess disposed of that. In other words, you should expect to find her DNA on at least one paper towel. That's I think, pretty inculpatory. And then it was regarding the whole thing as, could it be a coffee stain? I'll play this quickly for you guys.
Paper towel, and I put it inside where I had the. And then he walked and he grabbed me. He gave me a piece of paper over the toilet, the paper towel, and I put it inside where I had the bag of cleaning what I was cleaning the house.
Okay. Did you see spilled coffee?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you see a coffee cup?
No, because I didn't look inside the car.
Did the paper towel smell like coffee?
No, I didn't smell
Well,
it.
but still, you're holding a coffee.
Now, I'm not sure if you can see at the bottom of your screen, you can see just how long this video is. We're only halfway. I'm talking about the original video in terms of this interrogation. It's obviously probably went on for hours. What you get from this clip is a sense of a couple of things. She can speak English, but not terribly well. She has a gesture that reminds me a lot of Patsy Ramsey when she was asked about the pineapple. She kind of went like this. I didn't put it there, right? Kind of distancing herself. And she's kind of doing the same thing. She's kind of saying, I don't, that's got nothing to do with me, that kind of thing. It's that kind of gesture. And this is potentially crucial to whether she's going to be found guilty or not, is how much DNA is found on paper towels, and if there's her DNA on paper towels that have got blood on them, Jennifer Dulos's blood.
Stinks.
But I hold the paper towel, but I didn't smell it. I didn't see that.
But even still, you didn't smell coffee.
No.
You know how coffee is when you smell it, it stinks.
Yeah.
Smell it
Yeah.
a mile away.
It's true. Yeah.
What other
And then he walked and he grabbed me. He gave me a piece of paper over the toilet, the paper towel.
So I'm not quite sure why some people are saying this sort of thing. I've kind of heard it from a few people that she's a fluent speaker of English, but yes, she's struggling to say the word paper towel. She's struggling to think of the right term for it. So I feel a little bit differently that she's not, I wouldn't say she's fluent in English, but I guess to each his own. But that is quite a good point as well. I'm not sure if she did have a translator present for that.
And I put it inside where I had the bag of clean. And then he walked and he grabbed me. He gave me a piece of paper.
So was that a Freudian slip where she says, I walked and he grabbed me, thinking of, in a way, maybe she's thinking here in a way of him grabbing evidence items or even Jennifer. But she says she walked and he grabbed her, and listen to what she says.
Over the toilet, and he grabbed me. And then he walked and he grabbed me. He gave me a piece of paper over the toilet.
So it seems like she wants to say gave me. She says grabbed me, and then gave me.
Paper towel, and I put it inside where I had the bag of cleaning, what I was cleaning, the house.
And so that to me is a serious problem for her, is at the same time Fotis Doulos is cleaning the crime scene, she seems to be admitting to cleaning the house. Now, I don't really care what she's cleaning. She's talking about cleaning on that Friday, the way I understand this. And in the middle of her cleaning whatever, the house, Fotis apparently hands her something, which she then adds to a bag of cleaning products and whatever that she's disposing of.
Okay, did you see spilled coffee?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you see a coffee cup?
No, because I didn't look inside the car.
Did the paper towel smell like coffee?
No, I didn't smell
Well,
it.
but still, you're holding
But-
that coffee stinks.
But I hold the paper towel, but I didn't smell it.
So to me, that is a huge statement to say, I hold a paper towel, but I didn't smell it, right? That is a huge statement. The fact that paper towels were used, many of them, I think 10 of them were used to clean up the crime scene. And I don't know, it's coming dangerously close to the leading edge of this crime, isn't it? And the fact that she's present there and apparently not asking any questions, it's starting to become unbelievable, isn't it? It's starting to beg a belief.
I didn't see that.
But even still, you didn't smell coffee.
No.
You know how coffee is when you smell it, it stinks.
Yeah.
Smell it
Yeah.
a mile away.
It's true. Yeah.
What other
And then he walked and he grabbed me. He gave me a piece of paper over the toilet, the paper towel, and I put it inside where I had the bag.
So Terry says she seems to comprehend English well. Why? How can I ask this question? Why would you want to emphasize her ability to understand? She's from another country. why would you want to emphasize her ability to understand a second language? And I'm asking it almost from a neutral perspective. If you were prosecuting this case or you were defending this case, how would you want to argue that sort of thing? And I think I would say, if you were a defense attorney, maybe you would say that she didn't really know what was happening around her, right? She didn't really know what Fotis Doulos was doing, because she didn't really understand English very well, and so she was confused, I guess. I think there's a flip side to that argument, which is, and it goes to motive potentially, if you are in a foreign country and you can't speak the language very well, perhaps you don't have a work permit either, and you have a child in that country, and I must say, I don't know the answer. Maybe she does have a work permit. I know she was married previously. Maybe she was married to an American. Well, then, you could have a situation where you're from somewhere else and you have certain level of desperation to live in this other place, where perhaps you might be struggling otherwise to find a place. I'm speculating, and I mean, I don't really know the true answers to those questions, but I think it certainly is an interesting aspect, and maybe one that a psychologist will comment on at some point. I suppose you could also have the defense saying, such as what happened in the Amanda Knox case, that in a situation like this, she didn't know what people were trying to say. She was being manipulated. In other words, she could exaggerate her inability to understand English, and maybe that's what the whole thing is all about in court. Hearing the trial through earphones, is to say she was tricked in some way during an interrogation into saying certain things. She didn't mean to say certain things. She misunderstood certain things. I've got an idea this particular evidence is going to be quite foundational to the state's case. Her own statements, her own words, her own contradictions.
Of cleaning what I was cleaning, the house.
And I mean, that to me is just such a major concession, that she's saying she was cleaning, and that some of what she was cleaning involved items, or put it this way, while she was cleaning, items that came from Fotis ended up in her cleaning supplies. And that seems to me a way of saying, you are going to find my DNA in that evidence, doesn't it?
Okay, did you see spilled coffee?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you see a coffee cup?
No, because I didn't look inside the car.
Did the paper towel smell like coffee?
No, I didn't smell.
She says something else there. I didn't look inside the car, but there's a moment where the number plates, the license plates are put into the drain, the sewer, where you actually see both of their heads moving through that pane of the glass. And she then opens the door and puts a foot out. And she certainly doesn't seem to be doing nothing while Fotis is moving around. He has the door open and her head moves like that. And at one point, his shirt drops right down to almost to the floorboards. And so that's also difficult to accept, that she simply didn't look around what was in the vehicle. Okay, let's just have a look whether the trial is resumed.
And what did you then do? By the way, did you take that photograph?
I did.
What did you do after you took the photograph?
We emptied that trash into our trash bag and seized it.
Did you log it or give it an evidentiary number?
Yes.
What was that number?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I'd have to look at my report.
Make any other stops?
So I don't think we've seen this image before. There's a Subway wrapping over there. That looks like it could be Dunkin' Donuts. What is of evidentiary value here? It's kind of hard to say. Possibly that item over there.
In Albany Avenue on that day?
We did.
Where did you go?
The next location was Albany and Green Street.
Sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen. State is playing 36. Now I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you, sir. Photograph?
Yes.
Thank you. File 2 or file 3, picture 2. And here, this red bent object. Do you see the cursor, sir?
I do.
Was that what it appeared like?
So can you see that looks like it's the poncho? And it's quite interesting that the poncho seems to be outside of a bag, which is certainly one way that you can have blood dripping inside the vehicle. You know, the what do you call it? Into the upholstery or whatever. And then there is the broom handle over there. And I'm not sure if this is relevant, but those look like those zip ties.
In the garbage that day?
It was.
And did you later find what it was?
I did.
What is it?
It's a bent mop or broom handle.
Did you take the entire contents of this garbage? Describe it.
Okay, so we've looked at that. What else can I show you?
I
Oh,
claim it, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay, so can you see the shirt in this area of the garbage? So first of all, it's a short sleeve shirt. We've heard that there's a long sleeved shirt. I'm not clear, is the long sleeve shirt the shirt that she was wearing? But this is what used to be, I think, a white short sleeve shirt. And I'm just guessing from what I'm seeing there that would it be more likely to fit Fotis or Jennifer? And I don't know. I don't know what you guys think about that. It's easy to imagine that with all of this other debris in the trash. I mean, if you look at these food items, and you look at that smear on there, which is probably from food, it looks very similar to that. But as far as I know, he talks about it being a blood-like substance.
Why did you seize that as evidence?
So it was a white T-shirt with what appeared to be a blood-like substance on the T-shirt, and we found that suspicious.
Did you seize anything else that came out of that garbage can? Or garbage bag, I should say?
No.
Now, you indicated that you also obtained another garbage bag. Now, with respect to the items, I guess, on the right-hand side, it looks like one item, the T-shirt in the upper left hand, has been splayed out. Did you splay that out?
Yes,
Okay, why did you do that?
just to show an overall representation of the item.
Was that item seized as evidence?
It was.
And why was it seized as evidence?
So
I'm going to object to why it was seized, and then we can move on from there. I don't, you need to explain why certain items were in fact.
I
Oh,
claim it, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you. Why did you seize that as evidence?
So it was a white T-shirt with what appeared to be a blood-like substance on the T-shirt, and we found that suspicious.
So what's interesting is, I mean, I still don't know whose T-shirt that was, but if Fotis was wearing a white T-shirt under the poncho, then it's quite interesting that when he disposes of everything, he's also wearing a white T-shirt. Is he trying to make sure he can see any dirt on it himself? Just is quite a. I'm just wondering how his mind is working.
Did you seize anything else that came out of that garbage can, or garbage bag, I should say?
No,
Now, you indicated that you also obtained another garbage bag. Is that correct?
correct.
And was that the other garbage container that was closer to the building?
Yes,
I'm going to draw your attention to photograph in front of you, sir. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
So that's the contents of the trash can that was closest to the building, Milagros Restaurant.
And this is not, well, oh, I apologize, Your Honor. That's my fault.
She's apologizing there because she briefly showed the image before it was accepted into evidence. What's interesting there is it's all packaged together in a transparent garbage bag.
With respect to the screen for the record. And that was I noticed this is in a clear plastic bag. You didn't put that in a black bag as well?
No, we didn't because that trash was all contained. It was.
So, wow, that is a lot of trash. So this is setting out of all the trash in that bag. And I must say, at face value, I can't really make too much out there. I don't know if you guys can. The thing that I'm looking for is basically the blood evidence, basically the paper towel, the globs of paper towel. Where is that? And it doesn't seem to be part of this, does it?
Albany and Blue Hills Ave.
And I suppose one possibility is that was disposed of with Jennifer DULOS. Maybe it seems kind of unlikely, but then where was it disposed of? So that's certainly a little bit of a mystery so far. Yeah, it is a lot to test for DNA.
And then I'm going back to States 30.
So from this angle, I must say this is so much easier. There you can see the drain. You can see there's a slight slot in the sidewalk right over there. You can see there's a little bit of a ramp going up there, another one over there, and there's a slight area that is embedded in the tar. Can you guys see that? So the slot of the drain is there, and then the area that is embedded into the actual road is right next to it. And then if you go diagonally opposite, there's another drain right over here, which on Google Street View you can see fairly clearly. So they are opposite one another, but not quite. They're not directly opposite. They're kind of diagonally opposite.
6. Sir, if you can take a look at the screen behind you, you can. Do you see the intersection that you went to on May 30th, 2019?
See, and there the truck is now pulled up. And what's so interesting is it pulls up to be right next to that drain, not to the bin. Now, do you remember in the previous bin stop, the truck pulls up with the rear of the truck right next to, almost in line with the bin. This one is right in front of that grill. Do you guys notice that?
I do.
And if you can, sir, please, if you can go up to the screen. Did you go to any garbage canisters that are depicted on that screen?
I did.
Which garbage canisters did you go to? For the record, upper, middle, or right side of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
So just to address what Sasha's saying, she wasn't the maid. She was the mistress, and she worked for Fotis for a construction company. So she wasn't really the maid, but it does look like she was doing cleaning. I'm not sure if it's of the office or of their home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else?
After this?
No, in that area depicted on that screen.
No.
Yes, that's where the
No.
car plates went down.
With respect to this area on the upper right-hand corner where the cursor is, do you see that street, sir?
I do.
What street is that?
That's Blue Hills Ave.
Did you seize this garbage canister itself, similar to what you did at Garden Street?
No, for this trash,
So the thing we really want to know, although this is the first time this information's come to light, what is in the garbage. We've known a little bit about that, but now we're seeing it for the first time. What we really want to know is what is the evidence found, the microscopic evidence found in the garbage? And specifically, is there any evidence of Michelle Troconis on the garbage? And I don't know, I have a feeling that it would be surprising if the fact that we're in a trial and we're dealing with this evidence, I would be surprised if they tested all the evidence and her DNA wasn't, or there wasn't some kind of evidence item, hair, fingerprints, linking her to this trash, right? I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case. Otherwise, what are we doing here? I really don't think the prosecution would be showing all of this and then saying, oh, no, none of her DNA on that, none of her DNA on that, none of her DNA on that. Who knows? We'll see.
can we just see?
And that then raises the specter of, if her DNA is present, how can there be an innocent explanation for that? How can there be, and is there an innocent explanation for that?
The items within it, not the actual trash.
Okay. Why did you do that?
So for this,
So I think one can make there's a difference between, let's say, if a hair of hers is present, just like in the Rex Human case, it doesn't mean she was present, just that Fotis was in an environment possibly where she had been, for example, in the vehicle, and that could be a potentially innocent situation. But something like fingerprints, I think, is a less innocent thing. For example, are her fingerprints on the license plate?
Particular one, we had no information that the person of interest had touched the trash can. Therefore, we did not find it necessary to seize the trash can, just the content.
I think you're right, Desert Cat. I think you're right.
And this
If-
is going
if
back
the court
to,
may, Attorney Manning.
yes.
Well, that is the
Sergeant, would you
question.
identify the intersection that you identified a moment ago and pointed out?
Sure. Blue Hills Ave, Albany Street.
Is not that Adams Street and Albany Avenue?
My understanding is Blue Hills Ave.
It's not Blue Hills Avenue where the camera is, but the intersection on the right side of the video is Adams Street and Albany Avenue.
That's the contents of the trash.
So just to reiterate, there are a couple of zip ties here. I count at least two. I'm not sure if that's also one, but there are at least two zip ties here. There's some kind of pouch. I don't know if that's for glasses or something else. Those are definitely cycling gloves. And we know that he cycled to the scene. So I wouldn't be surprised if he executed the crime with these gloves on. They don't look particularly stained, but maybe they were washed. And then there's the poncho. There are keys. What kind of keys do you think those are? And then there is some kind of sponge. It looks like there's a slight red mark on the edge of it. It's too difficult to be sure from this angle. And then the twisted broom handle is all the way up there. And it's a little bit difficult to make out what that is. Is it, what could that be?
And I'm going to draw your attention to that photograph, please. And we talked about the white objects. Are those depicted here?
They are.
And what is this?
Those are zip ties.
Oh, so those, can you see over there, these zip ties look like they've got blood on them, right? They're discolored. So you've got two zip ties that seem clean or not discolored. And then there are another two. There's one that seems to have been cut. And there's another one. And what could have cut the zip tie? Well, the razor that you see kind of just around the corner. There's a sponge. It looks like a fairly new sponge with a little bit of discoloration on it as well, doesn't it? There is a little bit of what may be a paper towel, a fragment of a paper towel. What is that? What is that?
Did you seize items out of this garbage
We did.
container? Okay. I'm going to draw your attention as well to.
Thanks a lot, Deborah. Thank you.
In the photographic proceeding in the garbage contained in the can.
Okay, so we're back to the live stream.
No objection.
And what is the exhibit number, please?
51.
States 51 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes.
That is evidence exhibit 502J, which is a mop or broom handle that's broken.
And did you seize that out of the garbage at Albany and Green that day?
I did,
Why did you seize that?
because there's a blood-like substance on it.
Where is the blood-like substance?
You mind if I get up?
If you wouldn't mind, please.
So another thing that you'd want to look at, so obviously there are two ways of linking this to the crime scene. Obviously the one way is through forensic analysis, but another way is, does the nanny recognize this as part of something that was in the house, right?
On this portion of the mop handle? And of that portion of the mop.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 52. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
That's the mop handle within evidence packaging.
Is this the mop handle that you seized that day that came out of the garbage of Albany and Reed on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
The state would offer it.
No objection.
Stage 52, admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes.
You've got to wonder what's going through Michelle Troconis' mind. Is she looking on dispassionately? There she is over there. Is she looking at these items dispassionately, they're wasting their time? I don't know what more are they going to look at, or is her heart beating? Is she remembering this all quite clearly? Is it quite triggering?
Now, sir, when you indicated on the photograph what area had a blood-like stain, if you could, if I hold it up here, if you could please show the jury on the actual item where you saw the stain.
Well, the prosecution are really
Was on this area?
kind of milking this, aren't they?
About the handle
Yes.
side? Was it bent in this position?
Correct, yes.
And what about this piece here? This side, was there anything attached to it?
No.
If you may. So I'm gonna take a look behind you. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
It's a set of trash bags.
Did you seize that as evidence in this case?
I did.
Why did you seize that as evidence?
I found that relevant, and I knew, based on information given to us, that the person of interest had dumped trash within trash bags within the trash receptacles on Albany Ave.
So you were actually aware at the time that they were in garbage bags.
Yes,
So did you seize the garbage bags themselves?
yes.
Is that one of the reasons why you seized 502A?
So I just want to respond to this comment. I don't know if you know, at one point, Fotis actually asked Jennifer, do you mind if, he said, I don't love you anymore. Do you mind if I've got a new girlfriend? Do you mind if she and her daughter move in with us? There's enough room in the house. That is quite a spoiled, narcissistic fellow, isn't it? Someone who really thinks is God's gift, right?
Now, with respect to the garbage bags that you were informed that the suspect, were you informed it's Photos DULOS?
Yes,
Were you informed that Photos DULOS was placing garbage bags in Albany Avenue and given those addresses?
yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as States 53. Do you recognize this item?
So you are potentially dealing here with an orgy of evidence, even though the most important evidence is missing, the human remains. I think you'll agree with me that the amount of evidence they have besides that is pretty, substantial. And remember, the request was made to declare Jennifer deceased based on the evidence, and you can see there's kind of blood all over the place. And I don't think it was unreasonable of them to do that, especially finding what appear to be knife-like wounds and a substantial cleaning up operation, right?
Correct.
This is not, I just want to put, this is not the only thing in that garbage receptacle at Albany Avenue and Green Street that you seized, right?
Correct.
There are also white garbage bags that were seized.
Yes.
They're not in here, are they, in this bag that we're about to open?
No.
They're separate.
Yes.
And is this the way you found it? I mean, it's maybe spread out a bit, but is this the way you actually found these, what we're seeing on the screen there, in that condition, just two ripped bags?
Yes.
And there was just a statement made, there were some other things that are in the bag. Was there anything in those two?
So if we just briefly review what the defense has done today, almost every single evidence item, the lawyer gets up and he wants to talk about the procedure, and effectively what he's doing there is disrupting the momentum of adding this and that and that and that into evidence, which really swings the pendulum towards the prosecution, because this is evidence. And so what the defense does is it just interrupts that building of momentum. It's irritating, but there is a method behind what he's trying to do.
Thank you. What would be the exhibit number?
This is Exhibit 53.
Exhibit 53 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I will note the bag itself, the exterior bag is marked with the exhibit sticker, but if there's other things in there, I just want the record to reflect. I don't know what that is yet, so I don't want to agree that everything in that bag is admissible, only the one item we just talked about.
Perhaps I should look over to the clerk's, Your Honor. I'm going to have some of the marks on ID.
It's a good question. I wouldn't be surprised if they are present. They have been present in the media narrative. Quite interesting, his lawyer just turned to look at the camera. Her lawyer. So I must say, I would really like to see the analysis, the forensic analysis around the license plates, because it's a simple question. Who did that kind of mashup of the license plate? And if it was Michelle, then I just think it's almost impossible, given the amount of work that required, to not leave behind some evidence of herself, fingerprints, hair, DNA, fibers, on that license plate. And yeah, it would just be very hard to think of an innocent explanation for that on that day. Now, if you think about this trial and you think about a lot of true crime coverage, which is all about explicit shock value, it's about boom, this, right? If you think about this trial, it is slowly, systematically, they're building their case, right? It's a very arduous, serious, dry process, isn't it?
To look at your report, or would it refresh your recollection to? By the way, you didn't separate them and pull them apart.
I did not.
Okay, and you didn't look inside to see what's inside of them.
I did not.
And with respect to, actually, I need a different report. Oh. What's this? Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. That's okay.
Now, if you just think about what's happened for the past, 10, 15 minutes, they simply want to talk about garbage bags that they found. It's almost like the thing containing the evidence. That's taken 10, 15 minutes to get to the point where they're going to actually deal with it.
Let me just have a moment.
Yes.
But the interesting thing with the garbage bags is, do you remember in the Chris Watts case, this is something we still don't have clarity on. Let me just do that. Take the sound off. They seem to find a naked footprint, a bare footprint on a garbage bag, right? And so that is something that can be left on a garbage bag, is things like, is evidence. Things like fingerprints, footprints, and, we're talking now about the outside of it. You could also have DNA found on the outside of these garbage bags. That is potentially problematic in many ways. Is how could Michelle Troconis's hair DNA have come onto a black garbage bag with evidence inside it in an innocent way? I'm saying evidence bag that's got inculpatory evidence inside is an innocent explanation for how her some traces of her could have been found on the outside of the bag, right? And I think you could maybe make a few comments about an innocent explanation.
First,
I did not.
okay, did you just package it together so it could be sent to the lab?
Correct.
Shaker Maker, thanks for joining us.
If I may.
It's a good question. Is there GPS tracking on the truck that he used? It's a good question.
Let me just have a moment here.
It's also possible that those bags came from the crime scene, because there was a box that was highlighted, and you probably got a lot of the bags from the original crime scene. It is a very good point. Were some bags sourced from elsewhere, especially if there were black bags and white bags? It's a good point.
Your Honor, may I do one more clarification with the state's permission here? When we're looking, sir, when we're looking at the picture, you can't tell whether there's one.
So I can't tell whether Michelle is chewing gum. Keep your eyes peeled. See if she's chewing gum. I'd just be interested to know. So, Elf, thanks for that. Ironside says, just discovered your channel. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I've got quite a few videos in that particular playlist. I must say I'm about done with my coverage of the McCann case probably do 1 or 2 more videos, but there are quite a few videos in that archive. Okay, are we ready to get going here?
See, there's actually 3 more items, council. There's 2 more items in here.
So there's no objection to states 51, A, B, and C?
No, sir, I'm just offering what's depicted on the screen right now as the garbage bags, as basically
Which is states 51?
3 more items, council. There's 2 more items in here.
So can you see she's making a note there? I really can't think what that note's really about.
So there's no objection to,
You can see she's making a note regarding something to do with these garbage bags, I guess. What was really interesting in the Laurie Vallow trial was how Laurie would be making notes when people weren't even talking, often when she was left alone in a situation like that. In other words, there was no one shielding her from other people. Then she would appear to be busy and concentrating when there was nothing really taking place. And that's part of the pageantry of a trial sometimes.
the states 51, A, B, and C?
You think she's really writing anything right there?
No, sir, I'm just offering what's depicted on the screen right now as the garbage bags, as basically
Which is states 51?
51.
Thanks a lot, Marta. Thank you. So can you believe we're still fussing about garbage bags? We are, I don't know, about at least 20 minutes into this, just this particular part of the evidence. That's interesting. So that looks like a second Poncho.
You didn't separate this, correct?
No,
Is that a second Poncho?
Going back to this first one, is there another inside the bag? Excuse me, just have 1 moment.
That's the question.
So I'm going to show you back to the first one. There's this big piece hanging out here. And again, you didn't separate these or pull them out.
I did not.
Thanks a lot, Al. Thank you.
And how many bags did you indicate in your report, sir?
4.
And sir, if you could take a look behind you. And that is photograph 26. Is that one of the bags that you pulled out of the garbage bag that day?
It is.
And was that also seized as evidence and given a marker?
Yes.
And I'm gonna move on if I can. Sir, to take a look at the photograph behind you, which is photograph.
What does that look like?
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that an item that came out of the garbage that day on Albany Avenue and Green Street?
Yes.
What is it a photograph of?
A photograph of a paper towel with blood-like staining on it.
And did you seize it as evidence?
I did.
I may approach states 55. Do you recognize that item?
She's writing again.
I do.
And what is it?
It's the item, the paper towel with blood-like staining, contained within an evidence packaging.
Why did you seize that as evidence that day?
Found it relevant due to the fact that it had blood-like staining on it.
State would offer 55.
No objection.
States 55 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes.
Sir, did this also go to the lab?
It did.
Do you think there's some evidence on that item? I wonder. I mean, that's pretty specific.
Sir, if you could take a look at the picture. This is 28.
You might say, well, she's shown a lot of other evidence items, right? But bearing in mind what Michelle herself said, that she handled a paper towel. The question is which paper towel and is there evidence on it?
We found it out of place and might be relevant to the investigation.
Was any action taken on that item contained in 5020?
It was.
What was done?
It was sent to a laboratory, agricultural laboratory in Bath.
So I think one of the questions that is really interesting, it wouldn't really have occurred to me, is was there or were there garbage bags sourced from Jennifer's home? And I think the answer is yes. But were there also garbage bags sourced from elsewhere, possibly either where Photos worked or his home or both?
I'm going to show you what's marked up state 56. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It's the exhibit contained within evidence packaging.
And by exhibit contained within the evidence packaging, are you
It's the white paper cloths in an evidence package.
502P?
Yes.
Do you notice it's very white paper towels? They're not red. And so one does wonder what happened to all the blood? Was it all mopped up?
States 56 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes.
Was it soaked into towels and the towels were washed? What happened to all the blood evidence? Thanks, Irv. Yeah, it is a good question. Was it in the garage area when things were swept up? Was it swept up with the paper towels?
And sir, just to be clear, did you, could you please show, if I may just approach, whether it's on the actual item or the photograph, the items of blood-like stain? In front of the bigger, I would say, of the paper towels?
bigger piece and it's on the edges of the smaller piece.
Do those paper towels look like they were wet once upon a time?
Thank you.
So in terms of those paper towels, we may be dealing with a crime scene where there was a lot of blood. The blood was cleaned up, and then what remained with a lot of water and perhaps bleach even was then additionally wiped up with paper towels.
Did you seize those as evidence?
We did.
Why did you seize it as evidence?
We found it relevant to the investigation
Why is that?
because the person of interest or suspect, as you would call it, was dumping items of trash in trash receptacles in Hartford.
Kate, thanks for joining us. Bria, how are you doing? It's good to see you here. Bria's all the way from France, although I think you're in Canada at the moment, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Page 57, Your Honor.
No objection.
States 57 admitted as a full exhibit.
Did you look inside that bag, sir?
I don't recall.
Now, are these different bags than the other ones that you saw in the seats in the garbage?
They are.
Okay, in what way?
These are more of a grocery store type bag.
They're
And
smaller.
So why did you still seize these?
We were told that suspect had thrown black bags in the trash in Hartford.
So you seized all trash?
Yes.
That you could find? Okay. This one has, I guess, something inside of it. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
So I wonder whether that is, strictly speaking, evidence or just what was found in the trash, because that could conceivably be from anybody. If those bags were used, there's the razor.
Did you find that in the garbage on Albany and Green
I did.
on May 30th, 2019?
I did.
Did you seize that as evidence?
I did.
Why did you seize it as evidence?
I found it relevant because there was blood-like substance on it. Part of the razor blade was broken, and there was a hair-like fiber on the broken razor blade.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 58. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
What is it?
It's the broken razor blade within evidence packaging.
And to your knowledge, did this also go to the lab?
Yes.
State would offer it, Your Honor.
Could I, one here,
Yeah.
to clarify? Detective, you're referring to this item that we see on the screen, and which is, you looked at the bag that contains what we're seeing on the screen is 502S.
Yes.
We're referring to that as a razor blade. Is that the term you're using?
I believe a better term would be a scraper with a razor blade attached to it.
Or
So when I look at that, I see, and it might be the difference between the USA and my country, but often when we buy alcohol, when we buy liquor, then you're given the alcohol or liquor in a small black plastic bag. I don't know if that's done in America. Is it? What do you guys say about that? So I wonder what that razor was used for. Was it used to cut the mop, the head of the mop off? Was it used to cut the zip ties? That seems likely. Was it the murder weapon? I seem to think no, but who knows?
Let me just have one moment, Your Honor. No.
Now, from the
I may, Your Honor.
injuries to the shirt, I know that sounds like a strange thing to say, but based on the type of damage made to the shirt and bra, it's possible that they can identify the kind of knife or sharp-bladed instrument that was used in this crime. In the same way, although it's probably easier when you've got the human remains to work with, you can tell that you can tell what kind of knife was used. And in the Amanda Knox case, it looked like two knives were used in that particular case.
What do you mean by that?
The top portion here is a razor blade and it's broken.
And you indicated there was a blood-like substance on the blade. Where was that?
It's on the edges of the blade,
Where-
Yes.
no, where the actual blade is broken?
where it's actually broken.
Thank you, sir. Sir, take a look at the screen behind you. You recognize that item?
I do.
And could that be the murder
What is
weapon?
it?
It's a screwdriver?
Did that come out of the garbage at Albany and Green?
Yes.
Was that on May 30th, 2019?
Yes,
Now, did you seize that as evidence?
I did.
Why?
Because there was a blood-like substance on it.
And where was the blood-like substance?
On the, can I get up and show you?
If you could, please.
It appeared to be on the shaft portion of the screwdriver.
If I can, sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 59.
Poor Jennifer.
This item,
Yes,
what is it?
it's the screwdriver within evidence package.
Is it the screwdriver that you took out of the garbage at Albany and Green?
It is,
The one that portrayed on that photograph behind you?
yes.
State would offer it.
No objection.
So that states 59.
Yes, sir.
States 59 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
If I may, sir. With respect to States 59, where was the blood-like stain that you saw?
Butter.
Tool portion, you
Tool
say?
portion, yep.
Thank you. Sir, if you take a look behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
I do.
Oh, okay.
What is depicted on that screen?
It's a white colored bra with blood-like substance on the bra.
And if you can, actually, could you go back to,
Must say that reminds me a lot of the evidence in the Meredith Kircher
picture
case,
7, sir,
and it looks like that bra has been cut, doesn't it?
on
Was the
page
bra
22,
removed or was
right?
it cut off?
That bra we saw on that photograph, is it contained in picture 7?
Was that razor blade
If you
used to
wouldn't
cut
mind
off
please
the
standing up
bra?
and run through it.
If you zoom in right here,
Okay.
there's part of the strap and the bra itself.
Now, you indicated previously that you opened that bag. Why that bag?
It was already partially opened, so I could see within it. So I continued to open it up, avoiding the knot area.
And why did you seize the bra? If we can go back to that photograph, please. Thank you.
While we were investigating the disappearance of.
It does seem like the white shirt was the one that was stained was the shirt he was wearing,
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's offered.
because you can see this looks to me like a shirt, and I'm presuming that's the shirt she was wearing if it's being shown with the bra, right? I must say that's the most personal item I think we've yet seen, that reminds you that that poor Jennifer was wearing that bra, and it gives you really an immediate sense of what she went through, doesn't it? It's quite a graphic thing to see, even though we know kind of what we're talking about, right?
Sir, was that item seized as evidence as well?
It was.
Was it given an evidentiary number?
It was.
What number was that?
502U.
Do you agree that that bra has been cut?
Is that what the bra looked like that
Oh,
day?
right over there.
Yes, that's a different side of it.
Okay. And the next one? What is that, sir?
That's a long sleeve striped shirt with blood-like substance on it that was seized from within that bag.
You can see that whole shirt is soaked, right? It's not just a little fragment of it, it's almost that entire shirt. As far as I know, this is the first time we're seeing any of these images. They've not been published in the media. They've not been spoken about in the media. This is the first time we're seeing them. So why do you think the bra was cut? If it was cut, why do you think it was cut?
If I may just have a moment of counsel, Your Honor.
If the bra was cut, why do you think it was cut? Yeah, to remove it, but why remove it by cutting it instead of just removing it by hand? I think it's to minimize physical contact with the body and with, in other words, hands manipulating her. It is to, in the same way that if you're wearing a poncho, you're trying to insulate yourself from the evidence, which is a very cold way of referring to Jennifer herself, the cutting of the bra is just a way of being very surgical and being very minimizing your contact with this, in terms of by hand with this evidence, minimizing direct contact, right? To, I'm not sure if I would say contain evidence, but to limit the transfer of evidence. So imagine removing the bra by hand and what that would involve. I mean, without cutting anything, you'd have to unhook the bra, unclasp the bra, whatever, and compare and how long that would take and what that would involve to cutting the bra and just pulling it off, right? The one would be theoretically quicker and easier and have and limit the amount of possible transfer. Another question to ask is, where did that take place? The cutting of the clothing, the removing of the clothing, where did that take place? Did it take place in the garage, in the vehicle, or a third location? And if you think about the Scott Peterson case, it's almost similar. Where did when I say processing, I believe I wrote 3 books in the Scott Peterson case. I suspect that Lacey was wrapped in chicken wire, right? And then anchors were attached to the chicken wire and perhaps part of her limbs. But the idea was to try and create a kind of a structure that would hold her down, on the sea floor. And so what's relevant there is I'm just trying to think. Is possibly that Scott Peterson used his warehouse, his work, his access to a work site to do that aspect, right? And is that the same in this case? Could there be some transfer of construction materials, cement, dirt, leaves, or something to this debris, to the clothing? I guess we'll find out. Thanks a lot, Kate. Thank you. You may also remember that Scott Peterson had very small cuts on his fingers.
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm gonna separate the exhibit numbers on this if I can. The entire box was, just to be clear.
Scott Peterson had very small cuts on his fingers, and there were very small, subtle blood stains in the glove compartment of, trying to remember which vehicle it was. Anyway, one of the vehicles. If you watch my Scott Peterson video, I put some of those images in the closing credits and also in the video. But in the what's the word? Throughout the process of trying to process her remains, if that's the word, that is, I think, when he injured himself. And I'm just trying to think, in any knife crime, in any crime that involves a blade, it's very likely that the perpetrator is going to injure himself, because you end up with a situation of a sharp object and a sharp object that gets wet, and then it becomes slippery, and it's very easy to cut yourself on the blade. So I wouldn't be surprised if Fotis had some kind of injuries as well. Depends, I guess, to what extent he caught poor Jennifer by surprise.
Box, and within it is black trash bag with a shirt and a bra.
With respect to what is, we saw a photograph of the bag containing the bra and the shirt previously. Do you remember that?
I do.
And with respect to
That's a
those
Vinnie
three
Vine
items
shirt, isn't it?
as a whole, did you seize them together?
I believe we seized them separately.
Okay. And did you give them a F502U number?
Yes,
So 502U would be the shirt,
the shirt.
502U would be the bra. Is that correct?
Yes,
So I'm not,
Okay, and 502U would be the garbage bag it came in as well.
yes.
Okay, now when you package them together, did you package them within the label of 502U?
Yes,
And if you can, with respect to the,
is that the shirt that they're referring
it
to?
was.
and what does that label read, please?
One plastic garbage bag tied in a knot containing a shirt and bra with blood-like substance contained within Exhibit 502.
So the shirt and the bra were contained within the bag.
Yes,
So with respect to all three items, did they go to the lab?
they did.
And how do you know that?
There's a lab sticker on the box.
On state 60?
Yes,
Now I'm going to show you the inside of state 60. If I can.
This is a Vineyard Vine shirt.
Do you recognize this item?
I do.
What is it?
That's the black trash bag contained within an evidence bag.
How do you recognize it?
It's got a zip
There's a
at the
writing on the
neck.
bag that says black trash bag,
And how do you recognize that writing?
because I put it there.
So that
And
would
there's
be
that label right over there.
that writing on this bag on state 63.
Yes,
So what was contained within 63? I'm going to show you, and by the way, this went to the lab afterwards, so you can't testify to anything that happened after you seized it, correct?
correct.
And so anything that was contained in here was something you put in?
Yes,
I'm going to show you the contents of 60. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
That's the black trash bag.
And is that the black trash bag that you seized in connection with the bra and shirt, or that contained the bra and shirt that day?
Yes,
The state would offer it.
Your Honor, I had a side discussion. This went to the lab and it's been altered, so I'm gonna object at this time until we hear from the lab people. At which point, as long as that foundation is laid, I'm not gonna object. At this point, I submit the test.
That's right. It is the same brand that Murder was wearing, and that shirt apparently disappeared. I don't, as far as I know, the shirt was cut as well. It might be on the other side. It might not be easily visible.
The chain of custody to indicate that this witness saw the black bag, saw the shirt, the bra contained therein, seized it appropriately, logged it all as evidence. He has identified both the bag, the container it came in, as well as the exhibit as a whole. Now, steps on what happened to that item after it left his possession is certainly fodder for cross-examination and further follow-up, which I'm sure there will be, but it goes to its weight with respect to its analysis in the case. It doesn't go to its admissibility. The state has satisfied that, so I would ask it to be admitted at this time.
If I may respond, Your Honor. I've been very liberal.
As far as I know, the white shirt in the Murdoch case, wasn't that destroyed during evidence testing? As far as I know, all that remained of that were pictures of it, photos. They never showed that shirt in court. Is that how you guys remember it?
They've established the first step, but I believe I'm entitled to show what happened to it, how it was changed, and what it was like when it came back. And again, I am not requiring the state to bring in every person who delivered it and drove it, but there is the lab portion of this. And as I said, I've not objected on that basis to the other items. This is one that there needs to be some examination through the.
Thanks a
lab.
lot, Robbie Robin.
I'm
Thank
checking
you.
that it comes as a full at this moment.
Well, the witnesses testified that the bag itself was pulled from a receptacle. The bag was partially open. Inside of the bag was the bra with blood-like stains and a shirt with blood-like stains. He marked the bag. Counsel's objection is that the bag has been altered. Well, that is not persuasive in determining whether the bag was marked and whether it was the bag that was pulled from the corner of Albany and Green. Overruled.
That is 63 as a full. Your Honor, may I publish these exhibits?
Well, time is 1 o'clock.
Oh,
We can pick up
Yes.
at 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, we will stand in our luncheon recess. Please do not discuss the case. We will resume at, let's say 2:05.
thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It does look like she's chewing gum.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess of 2:05. Please.
So the reason I brought it up to begin with, is someone chewing gum. That's something I would never do in a court. I just think it's disrespectful. You might say, it's a personal choice or something like that. I think it's something you can do maybe in a movie theater or in a mall, but chewing gum in a court, I think, reduces the court to a sideshow. It just seems to me very disrespectful. I don't know if maybe she's just moving her mouth, but if I was a counsel, I would definitely discourage her from doing that. Do you remember in the Depp versus Heard trial, Johnny ate things? He had sweets, and people thought that was charming. So I suppose there are different ways of interpreting it. But as far as I can remember, in the court in Boise, Idaho, you actually had orderlies come in. You're not supposed to eat anything in a courtroom. You're allowed to drink water. You're not really supposed to eat anything. Chewing gum is almost between the one and the other. But my personal feeling is it's disrespectful, and it can also, if you chew loudly, it can be, not good. How do you guys feel about it? Do you think it's a non-issue? Have you chewed gum in court? How do you feel about it? I think another thing to consider is jurors may sometimes chew gum, and I think I've seen a couple of jurors chewing gum in court, and they may be doing it to stay awake. They may be doing it because they are facing, a long period of sometimes incredibly dull testimony, and that it's a way to be active and stay awake, right? Kate says nerves. I don't think it's a good look, but if you think about the practical benefits, that it is a way to deal with nerves potentially. I suppose it's kind of interesting. Bria says not cool. Terry, nothing was said about the gloves. It didn't really come up as an individual evidence item. Yeah, for me as well. So I mentioned something earlier where I said in South Africa, when you buy liquor, we often are given a black garbage bag, but like a smaller one with little handles on it. Is it the same in America? Is it the same? Okay, that's interesting. Because what's potentially happened here, and it could be nothing, it could just be garbage that somebody else threw into these bins. But can you imagine if those black liquor type garbage bags were sourced from where, right? And I guess it could be sourced from the office. We know that Fotis, I think, returned to his office somewhere. I can't remember the exact time. Was it 1:30 or so? Somewhere around about 1 o'clock. But if those bags or similar bags were in the DULOS home, right? His home, then I'm not sure how one could prove that, but that certainly is interesting. And again, it would be interesting to know from the nanny's perspective, did they keep those types of bags in their house? Would be interesting to know. Christina says, I'm confused why they have two different striped shirts in the photos. As far as I know, it's just one striped shirt. But it is a Vinnie Vine. There's a striped shirt and then there's a white shirt, right? And there's a difference between those. Okay, well, I'm definitely not going to keep you guys occupied for another hour. So I'm probably going to go to an intermission. Are there any other questions or comments you guys want to make? Pauline says, I've never seen black shopping bags. Living in Pine says, it doesn't really bother her if someone's chewing gum in court. I remember, what's his name? Alex Jones, I think, chewed gum during his trial. I agree with that. Anna in Finland says, we've got black liquor bags in stores as well. I hope you're keeping warm, Anna. Must be very cold at this time of the year over there. And I think that's extremely unlikely. No. It's possible, but I think it's been established that it's Jennifer's bra and Jennifer's shirt. It could be that. Could definitely be that. I'm not sure when it was established. I can't really tell you. When's your next live? I might come back in an hour, so we might go to intermission, but I'll keep it live. I'm just gonna be elsewhere. Someone says have a good lunch. Well, it's 8 o'clock here at night, so I won't be having lunch. Leo, good to have you join us again. So, yeah, I mean, that what we're dealing with here is the evidence retrieval, sorting, and collection. And the next phase will probably be literally the forensic testing of all of this evidence. And I mean, that really is going to be either smoking gun or not. So we'll literally be told in the same way when we went through the blood evidence, whose blood it was. We were told that that was Jennifer's blood, that was Fotis's blood, and that was not enough for a sample. We're going to go through exactly the same thing with these evidence items, that kind of analysis. So that's sort of what's going to happen next. Thanks a lot, Anna. Thank you. Yeah, well, it definitely does. Okay, but you must remember you're only seeing one side of the shirt, and to me it looks like the back of the shirt. What I was waiting to happen was for her to hold the shirt up. You only see one side of the shirt, so in the Oscar Pistorius case, Reva, the victim, had a bullet hole through her vest, and in certain pictures you couldn't see it, even though it was there. So you do have to look carefully for this sort of thing. Karina's in Austria, just down the road from Anna in Finland and Bria in France. I hope you guys are keeping warm. So, Eric, I don't know if you were watching, but I showed, using their own CCTV footage, exactly where the drain was. And it's diagonally opposite the drain we saw yesterday in the Google Street View, right? Remember we saw one that was very clear? Well, the drain that they used was diagonally opposite. So I wonder if I can show that to you. So there's the drain over there. Let's do this. There's the drain over there, and there's the drain over here. So diagonally opposite. And they stopped right next to that drain, where previously it stopped with the rear in line with the garbage can, right? As in over here, it stops with the rear right by the garbage can, right? Some interesting details. Catherine says it's warming up in Ontario starting tomorrow. I hope so. It's very warm where I am, very, very warm. I've got 2 air conditioners on right now on the coolest temperatures, trying to keep cool. Even though it's night yet, it's quite warm. Sabina says it's cold in California this week as well. Anna says, I watched every second of the Pistorius trial. Anna, do you know that I wrote, I think, 14 books, can you believe it, on the Oscar Pistorius trial? It was the trial that kind of sucked me into true crime. Okay, so Jalsi, thanks for joining us. I'll see you a little bit later. Happy marking. He did. He did. Funny enough, that's not been talked about yet. Maybe they're still going to get to it. We are about to deal with that. The guy, Sergeant Kevin Duggan, isn't a DNA expert, so probably the next witness will be dealing with that aspect. Chelsea says a lot of snow here today. Run the World says it's perfect running weather in San Diego. Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to go to a break. I'll see you guys on the hour. Take care. Keep warm. We're back. We're back.
We can, Your Honor. I'm waiting for a disc from the clerks, but I can continue.
So I wonder whether he's going to be taking us through the license plates.
Was with respect to states 60, the box and the contents of the box. Can you just explain again what was inside the bag?
Inside the bag was a long sleeve striped shirt with blood-like staining on it and a bra, white bra with blood-like staining on it.
I believe that state 61 came in as a full exhibit. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
60.
So are there any incision marks on the shirt?
I don't have
Come, boy,
61.
Come.
I believe it did. If I may
Come.
publish it at this time, Your Honor.
Well, does council remember an objection to state 61?
Where I think it went is, I had told council I wasn't going to object. I don't know if she officially offered that, the items.
If I didn't, I will now, 61 and 62. And I
State-
believe Your Honor ruled on.
I think that's the shirt
State
and the bra.
61, state 62 admitted as full exhibits.
Thank you.
It's quite ironic. It's like the judge says, are you going to object? It's like totally predictable. No, actually, I'm not going to object. Oh, okay. Oh, there it is.
Sergeant Duggan. Is this the item that you pulled out of the garbage of Albany and Green on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
Now, with respect to, first of all, what is it?
That's a bra.
The back of the bra is collapsed. Was it like that in the condition when you found it?
That's exactly how we found it.
And with respect to the front of the bra, is there a cut going down the middle of it?
There is.
Approximately where, please?
Right in the center of the bra.
If I may just, if you can, sir, if you could point out. And would that be a little off center on the left side, over the left breast area?
Yes.
I mean, that bra
also go to
is
the lab?
completely soaked in
It did.
blood, eh? As is the shirt. Phew.
If you can, Your Honor, if we can just sort of reference states 42. And what photograph? 35. 35? And there is one more, I believe. 36. 36, thank you. And does 36 behind you show that cut as well?
Yes.
There's only a small section over there that's slightly less bloodied, right, of that entire bra.
State 61, Your Honor, if I may publish.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I think this is the shirt. Okay, Timmy, come. Vineyard Vine shirt.
Is that a photograph of the shirt that you took out of the garbage on May 30th, 2019?
It is.
Is that the back or the front?
The back.
I believe that's the back. The,
Do you wish to say? You can continue.
the front was cut.
The front
There
was
you
cut.
go. That's what I
Show the
thought.
picture, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, there you have confirmation.
38, please. Or is that the front?
It is.
I'm going to show you. It's 61, I believe.
It's torn completely open on the front side.
May, sir, can you please point to where the shirt
Or cut completely open.
It's almost right down the center
Yeah.
of the shirt.
Are there any buttons or zippers on the shirt?
No.
So
There even seems to be a section missing on the left.
It's a vineyard vine shirt.
and over here, there's some marking. What is that?
There's a defect in the shirt.
So that looks like a stab.
Yeah.
That looks like
Let's go to the left.
a mark through that
And there are letters here.
shirt, right?
FTG. Do you know what that stands for?
Yes, it's a vineyard vine slogan for every day should feel this good.
And I wonder whether that wasn't made by that screwdriver type device. But it seems to be something similar to that. It might be for the same. It might be for the same reason the bra was cut, to make it easier to remove the clothing and to remove the clothing without having to contaminate oneself with evidence, with blood, etc. The other reason why he probably removed her clothing was to make it harder to identify the body if the body was ever found. And that is definitely something that one thinks about in the Suzanne Morphew case. Was she found with any clothing? I mean, isn't that why investigators went back to the scene to see if they could find any clothing? Remember, they found that plastic tube associated, the cancer port, right? Was there any other clothing or some kind of bag or cloth found at the scene? We'll hopefully find that out in due course.
Folder 2, exhibit, or photo 5, please. Detective.
So I just want to deal with Karina's point here. You know, how can I put this? If you find a Jane Doe, for example, in the Gilgo Beach case, if you find human remains, you don't just automatically assume that they belong to anyone specific. You're finding those human remains out of context. But if there's a little bit of additional evidence, such as jewelry or clothing, that can actually help identify those remains in the absence of some kind of DNA confirmation. Obviously, when you're in a position to say this is likely this person, then you would use DNA to confirm. You must remember, we're looking at this in hindsight. often in real time situations, everything is completely out of context. There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of contamination. There's a lot of other debris. Think about the trash found here in combination with other trash, right? Oh, what did I just do? Sorry about that. I've just totally made a boo-boo. Go back. Sorry about that.
That when you dumped everything from that bag, whatever was in there sort of mixed together, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't even necessarily in that order, the way you laid it out. It's just you collected it all and spread it. Is that right?
Correct.
Thanks, Savina.
You did not test yourself for any DNA, correct?
No.
You did not test for any fingerprints?
But it's not his job. It's not his job to do that.
Nope.
And you didn't participate in anything that was done at the state lab,
No.
once it was sent there, right?
No.
But you collected it, you had it turned over to somewhere in the state police evidence log, correct?
Correct.
And then whatever happened to it before it was brought in here today, you were not involved in that,
I
correct?
was not.
Could I ask for, in the same exhibit, would you go
Massa, I kind of find it a non-argument. I mean, everybody knows it's not his job to test for DNA. So to say you didn't do this, you didn't do that, yeah, well, obviously. It just seems like he's trying to find whatever way he can to undermine and minimize his testimony, doesn't it?
Correct.
And did you mark it as 502K or did somebody else do that?
I did.
So everything that came out of that bag had a number 502 on it, right?
Yes.
And then if you broke it up into certain additional items, you then gave it a letter after the 502, right?
Correct.
But you didn't give a letter to everything that came out of the bin that you marked as 502.
Stephanie, how is your husband doing? I know that you said that he wasn't feeling so well. Any improvement from yesterday?
You said you sent one of the items to an agricultural station. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Let me just see if I can find which one that is to have it called up. It's not it. Ask the court to bear with me for a minute.
Timmy, come.
Yes.
Come
I
up.
had written down the
Come
correct
on.
number, but I apparently did not.
Come. Oh no, your son has it now. Wow. Okay. Please give them my regards. Please tell John I say hi. Yeah, can you believe it? It's really silly.
Let me just have a moment with my.
So we maybe the next phase of
That
this,
same folder 3, number.
maybe the next phase of this, we may be hearing from the forensics. We might be hearing the forensic side of this. So that is an interesting point. Where does this come from? What is the site that this was recovered from?
Haven.
Correct.
Did you do anything else with that material after that?
No.
And going back to folder three, photograph 25, please. Is this this is the way in which you found that?
Think about how many crimes that we've thought about and analyzed and looked at involve black garbage bags, right? The Chris Watts case, the Laurie Vallow case, JJ was wrapped in black and white garbage bags. In fact, I was in court. I saw some of the photos from that crime scene. Any other cases? Let's think about other cases. In the Scott Peterson case, it looks like there was possibly duct tape found with Lacey's remains. That could be debris, or it could be related to how she was disposed of. Any other cases we can remember that involved black garbage bags? The Patrick Frazee case, there were, I think, 5 garbage bags in that case. Right, so garbage bags are also something to look out for. In the Suzanne Morphew case, also quite a few garbage bags, right?
Within those bags.
They were inspected.
Right, but what I'm saying is you inspected those, you opened up those bags and spread them out, correct?
Correct.
Whether they were from a black bag, right?
Interestingly, in the Oscar Pistorius case, Oscar carried the victim downstairs, and when he was found, I think quite unexpectedly, he was found with the victim downstairs, and there were rolls of garbage bags right next to her, and towels and other things.
Right.
And when you opened, well, many of them were already ripped open, correct?
Correct.
And so when you emptied the various receptacles, did you do it the same way, or did you dump them into a large garbage bag or contractor's black bag that you provided or the state police provided?
Yes.
And you did not seek at that point to separate out individual items before throwing them or dumping them into the garbage bag, correct?
Correct.
So while we're dumping, some of those items did.
In the Casey Anthony case, she used I think 1 or 2 laundry bags, but there was also a kind of a garbage situation where garbage was thrown into a vehicle, and the defense claimed that when you opened the vehicle, that was the smell of garbage, which I don't think is very believable. But you did have that aspect in the Casey Anthony case. But in terms of Kaylee, you had duct tape and then also a laundry bag that was used in that particular case. I can't quite remember if there were garbage bags in that case. I wouldn't be surprised.
Those clear ponchos that didn't look clear anymore, right? Those were they loose, or were they in one of the garbage bags that you opened?
Those were loose.
When we saw them, they were quite dark.
Stephanie, I think what he said, what I seem to remember, was that he was trying to get her into his vehicle because he wanted to take her to hospital. So he seemed to be assuming that she was no longer, that she was still alive, and he was trying to give her CPR. But another way to possibly interpret that is that he was going to try and clean up the crime scene to some extent. Can you think of any other cases that involve garbage bags? What about the John Benet Ramsey case? Garbage bags were found under the spiral staircase where there was actually clothing found in those bags. And Patsy was actually saying that that's how she intended to travel on the plane with John, was in these was using these garbage bags as basically luggage. In the Chris Watts case, garbage, some pillowcases were found in black garbage bags. That's besides the garbage bags that were taken to the well site. Next witness.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Krista Orelli, Krista.
Detective, you may be seated.
Quite a young detective.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? Good, how are you? Good. By whom are you employed?
The city of Hartford, specifically the Hartford Police Department.
Are you a police officer? No. Okay, in what capacity are you employed by the Hartford Police
I'm
Department?
a crime analyst in their real-time crime center.
Is that real-time crime center also called C4?
It is
How long have you worked at C4?
for 6 years.
And can you just explain briefly what an analyst is?
We provide investigative support to both patrol and the detectives within the department.
Could you, in what way?
We have the capabilities through technology and our training to provide support through video forensics, cell phone forensics, DVR forensics, basically a bunch of different types of technology.
And as an analyst, can you briefly describe some of your training and experience?
Sure. I have intel training through the military, as well as going through a crime analyst class.
Did anyone catch your name?
During my time at Hartford PD, I was trained through DVR forensics, cell phone forensics, cell phone mapping, and
And you mentioned the military. What branch of the military did you serve?
the Army Guard.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the time period of end of May, beginning of June 2019. Were you working at C4 during that time period?
I was
And in the course of what was your job at C4 during that time?
crime analyst.
So a little bit of a curious thing is the Sergeant Kevin Duggan didn't mention anything about the license plates. I don't know whether that means he wasn't responsible for retrieving those. It actually makes sense that he wasn't, because the license plate retrieval would have happened using specialized equipment. They would have had to pump that out. So it possibly went straight from there to the forensics labs, possibly.
Through other means, such as the buses in our city.
Thanks a lot,
There
Bria.
is
Thank you.
6 cameras.
Detective
With
Krista
respect to
Aurier.
the bus transit system in Hartford, did they have video surveillance on their buses?
They do.
And did you request any video off of that bus?
I did.
Why did you do that?
So there was a point in time where we were tracking the truck coming down Albany Ave, eastbound. It turns southbound onto Milford Street, and then we don't see it resurface to Albany Ave again until on our cameras at Albany Garden. So there's a point in time, 5 or so minutes, that we don't have view of the truck. So we were using all other means to figure out what the route of the truck was. So we thought of the buses. It's a common practice in our office. So we sent out a request to CT Transit for the time frame, figured out what kind of buses, what bus numbers were in the area, and put the request through them.
Now, did you review any of the video from C4 of the Ford Raptor?
Is
on
that
Albany
right?
Avenue?
I did.
Did you review, well, what day did you review that?
We reviewed it, I believe, on May 29th. And then I sent the request to CT Transit on June 3rd for the bus video.
And in your review of the Ford Raptor on Albany Avenue, did you watch the vehicle on Albany Avenue turn onto Milford Street?
I did.
And what about Albany Avenue around Garden Street?
Yes, we see it again.
And Albany Avenue around Green Street?
Yes.
And Albany Avenue around Adam Street?
Yes.
And were you asked to create a map showing those stops?
I was. It was created to help the detectives that were going out to search the garbage cans, figure out a better area, and also potentially look for more third-party video.
If I may approach you,
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID as state 64. You recognize this document?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the map that I created.
And when you say map, how did you create it?
So I was given the map, the foreground part of the map, by our mapping professional in our office. He's got the ability to map out the garbage can locations in the city, as well as he was the one that was able to put the arrows that you could see on there, the route that we determined that the truck took. And then so once I got that base layer from him, I put screenshots of the truck as well as timestamps to help the detectives, like I said, search the area that was unknown of the route. I thought the timestamps would help for pulling video potentially. If the truck was found to be coming northbound back on Albany Ave, having a timestamp would make it easier to pull video.
And with respect to the screenshots, how did you create them?
I just took snippets from our city cameras.
With respect to, I apologize, 64, the shaded area in the middle.
Yep.
What is that supposed to do?
So the shaded area is the area that is basically the unknown area. It shows any particular route that the truck could have taken to get back to Albany Ave. We lose it out of our city camera view.
So Maria asks, is the mistress being tried? The mistress is Michelle Troconis. She was living with Fotis Doulos, who took his own life. She has her own daughter, and she was also working for him. And she's charged with conspiracy to commit murder. So it's quite a strong charge, not just accessory. And so the question is there any proof? It's a strong charge. Is there strong evidence to support that charge? There is CCTV footage of her leaning out of a truck driven by the perpetrator while he's disposing of evidence. He throws some evidence down a drain, and she has her door open at the time and reaches for the sidewalk at one point, and so one does wonder what that was all about. We haven't seen cell phone evidence thus far. I did mention earlier that she admitted handling a paper towel. I'll quickly play that for you guys. This is the mistress being interrogated.
A paper towel, and I put it inside where I had the bag of cleaning what I was cleaning the house.
Okay, did you see spilled coffee?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you see a coffee cup?
No, because I didn't look inside the car.
Did the paper towel smell like coffee?
No, I didn't smell
Well,
it.
but still, you're holding
But-
that coffee stinks.
But I hold the paper towel, but I didn't smell it. I didn't see the bag of cleaning what I was cleaning the house.
Okay, did you see spilled coffee?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you see a coffee cup?
No, because I didn't look inside the car.
Did the paper towel smell like coffee?
No, I didn't smell
Well,
it.
but still, you're holding that
But-
coffee stinks.
Pero I hold the paper towel, but I didn't smell
It's
it,
going
I
on
didn't
different
see the,
timestamps, so
But even
it
still, you
allows
didn't
to watch
smell
a long
no.
period of video.
How coffee is when you smell
Timeframe,
it stinks.
And then also to sort it. So you
Yeah.
can sort
Yeah.
out all the people, you can sort out the
What other
vehicles, you can sort
Then
by
he
color.
walked and he grabbed me, he
We're
gave
doing
me a piece of
video while
paper
we're
over
doing
the toilet,
Sorry
the
about that.
paper towel, and I put it
Not for the
inside
bus video.
where I had the
So
bag
you watch it.
of cleaning,
We have the
that
bus
what I
video,
was cleaning, the
player
house.
that the.
Did you see
bus
spilled
video can
coffee?
play on,
No, I
and
didn't
see
see it.
on. Because it's such a common practice.
Sorry
to
about
use
that.
The CT Transit bus video, we just have it, the player installed right on our computers.
And did you watch it on CNET at the C4?
Yes,
Now, you indicate you get 3 buses. Do you know which buses that you received?
I know the one that we utilized.
Okay, well,
I do think it's significant that she says she was cleaning. I think it's significant that she says while she was cleaning, it's not just that Fotis handed her a paper towel, which means she handled the paper towel. He handled it, he handed it to her, and she handled it while she was cleaning. And that seems to suggest that she was cleaning while he was cleaning. And could she really not have known what was being cleaned? And I think what the officer was trying to do there was get her to concede that it had, whatever she found on the paper towel had the appearance of, was brown. Just get that, not necessarily blood, but was a brownish color.
Now, with respect to the video.
That's quite an interesting point. Interesting.
where did the truck, the Ford Raptor, appear on the bus video?
It was on the right-hand side, the passenger side of the vehicle.
And was the bus traveling at the time?
Yes, the bus.
Someone
was
actually
traveling eastbound.
mentioned,
Okay, I'm gonna have you take a look behind you.
do buses have
You recognize
video? So
that?
yeah, you have your
What
answer.
is it? It's,
There's a drain over there. Do you see?
Company of,
and is that the bus video that you watched that day?
yes,
At what point on Albany Ave does it pick up the Ford Raptor?
the Ford Raptor was stopped at Albany and Cabot.
Was there any, well, if I can, I'm just gonna hit play.
Wow. Okay.
Ma'am, did we just see the Ford Raptor?
We did.
Stopped at Albany and Cabot? I'm gonna actually go back.
It's amazing how much evidence, eh?
Do you see an individual in the back of the car as well?
Yes.
And what does it appear to be doing?
Objection to what he appears to, again, jury has seen this now multiple times, this.
Well, just the grounds, counsel.
That's by the drain, eh?
Opinion.
Well,
And-
speculation.
That could be part of
If I may,
Michelle Troconis. That could be
thank you.
part of her
Now,
there.
where is this location?
It's just east of Albany and Cabot on the south curb line.
And do you see that vehicle on any more of the bus video?
No, that was the only bus video that had it.
Actually, that may have been another location.
And- Yeah, if I may, just take one more opportunity to try that video. If not, Your Honor, if I may, Madam Clerk, see Exhibit 33. Now, does it pick up the Ford Raptor?
The Ford Raptor was stopped at Albany and Cabot.
Was there any, well, if I can, I'm just gonna hit play. Ma'am, did we just see the Ford Raptor?
Yes.
Stopped at Albany and
So
Cabot?
that's another disposal
Actually, go
spot.
back. And if you wouldn't mind getting up to the screen behind you. And just
Well, look at all of that
pointing
CCTV,
out
guys.
where the vehicle first appears on the map. Time-wise.
So this is the first time frame that we see the vehicle. It's coming east on Albany Ave, and then this is a bit turning south on Milford. So this would be east on Albany Ave, and then south, the blue line is showing the route down Milford.
What about the shaded area? Is this the shaded area you were talking about before?
Yes, this is the shaded area. So if the truck was traveling south here, this is Homestead Avenue, and then we don't see the truck again until this little yellow dot shows our camera on Garden. So we can see it in a distance by this next street, which I believe is Urban Street. So that's why I kind of stopped the cutoff of the unknown area there. But this basically shows the shaded area of where the truck, these are a bunch of one-way streets. So we don't know exactly which way the truck went at that point.
And the bus video that we just saw, did you get that after or before you made this map?
I got that after I made the map.
Is the spot that the car was seen on the bus video depicted in that map?
It's not.
Where would it
It would
be?
be on the map, it's not.
Where would it be if it was? And what street is that?
Albany Ave.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, cross-examination. I wonder whether we're going to hear from the forensic side, the lab side today. Can you hear Timmy snoring?
Could you just pull up Exhibit 64, please? This one. So, as I understand it, this shows just the area where you caught the videos of the Ford Raptor.
So there you can see quite clearly
This shows
she's actually
stops that we
stepped
saw on
out
our
of the
camera of the
vehicle,
Raptor.
right? You see quite clearly is she picking something up or is she wiping something off?
Thing with east on Albany Avenue, just above that, it's not a stop, that's just the camera captured the vehicle traveling, right?
Correct.
So as I understand, you on this image, let me just, if you look at, can you see my marking?
Yes.
All right, so this is Albany Avenue traveling along here, correct?
Yes.
And you're from you don't live in Hartford,
No.
do you? But you've worked there for how long in Hartford?
6 years.
And you're familiar with the city of Hartford, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Albany Avenue, Route 44, right?
Yes.
So if we travel just down here, we get to the Dunkin' Donuts Stadium where the Yard Goats baseball takes place, right?
Yes.
If we go in the other direction, up towards the left upper corner of this image, we get to right about here is West Hartford, right? Just past the cameras.
A little bit further, but yes.
Yeah, and then just below this image here that you marked as 1932-01 East on Albany Avenue, there's a blue line that then is behind this image and it continues down here. That's the Park River, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, you know, there's a little river that separates Hartford from West Hartford, right?
Okay, let's have a look at what's going on in chat. Desert Cat says, you can see she's putting something down the drain. It does seem possible. Someone greeted me from Agulhas, Angela Watson, southernmost tip of Africa. Hi there. Yeah, according to what she said, she was trying to get gum off her fingers. Is that how you would get rid of gum off your fingers? By the way, Timmy hasn't been sedated. Marcel says, I thought that she may have been putting a cigarette out. That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. I don't think that is what she was doing, but I have to also say, I don't know what she was doing. You know, I really don't know what the defense are up to. Yeah, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you do that? So if it's not gum and it's not a cigarette, what is it? Could she have dropped something fairly critical like wire ties? Could she have dropped small pieces of tissue, of toilet, of paper towel? Could she have dropped that as she opened the door? Maybe the wind blew it out. Could that have happened?
Exhibit, the transit video, bus 65. And before I do that, actually, could you just put that image back up that we just had up there, please? And that's exhibit 64. Would you zoom in on the top image here? Now this you indicated was, according to your diagram, westbound Albany and Adams Street, correct?
Correct.
And the individual you see in this,
So just to address Bria's question, and Bria, I apologize if I'm misstating your knowledge, but Bria says, what reason would one need to be at a home cleaning where murder just occurred and the person likely accountable is cleaning up the crime scene? Now, just to be clear, I don't think Michelle Troconis, no DNA or no evidence seems to have been found of her at the crime scene. That's first important to stress. My impression is that Michelle, and I mean, I don't know, there's so little played in that clip. All we know is that she was cleaning on the same day as when the crime occurred. And the way I understand it is she's cleaning, remember she worked for photos, she's either cleaning the office area or she's cleaning the home that they both shared, not Jennifer's home, their home. So I'm inclined to think that she was cleaning in their home, but it is very suspicious that why is she cleaning on a Friday of all days? And yeah, so just to clarify that aspect. Masa, I'm starting to feel pretty sleepy myself.
now, if there's a person walking along above where the individual in the white shirt is walking towards a trash receptacle, you see somebody carrying what looks like a bag, red bag, right?
Yes.
This is just for the record, this is at 08 seconds of exhibit 65 and this is from bus 1735, right?
Yes.
So, and the time that is indicated on this is 19:35 PM, right?
Yes.
So can you believe how brazen that is? There's a woman standing right there, and he's virtually going to the trash can right in front of her. I would like to know what license plates are on this vehicle. And I'd love to know where those license plates that had been manipulated, where were they actually used, on which vehicle, when, why. It would be interesting to know. Was it put on the Chevy Suburban when he drove it out the garage to the forest?
But
And when a vehicle is moving on a city street, say a bus, it's traveling quickly, correct?
yes.
Okay, so when you freeze frame it, are you going to get every single pixel that's appeared on an image?
Objection.
Well, now the question goes to the technical capacity of identifying an image from a moving vehicle. And we do not know the speed at which the vehicle.
I'll
is
withdraw it,
traveling.
Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
So it's sustained. Is there any redirect?
No, oh, no, Your Honor, sorry.
Next witness.
No.
So Riley, you may step down.
Thank you.
Timmy's actually got his mouth open, so he's actually doing open mouth snoring.
My next witness, Your Honor, is Steve Suarez.
Steve Suarez. Okay, I think I'm going to put Timmy down. Ooh, sorry, Timmy. Sorry, doggy. Sorry, boy.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I swear.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Steve Soares, Stevesoares.
And your affiliation?
I'm a retired detective with the Connecticut State Police.
Detective, you may be seated.
Thank you, sir.
He seems quite young to be a retired detective, doesn't he? Well, there's some gray hair there, but he seems like quite a young fellow.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Briefly, if you can explain, please, who are you employed by?
I'm retired from the Connecticut State Police
And how long have you been retired?
since April of 2022.
And when you were employed by the Connecticut State Police, did you have a specific assignment?
Yes, I did.
What was that assignment?
I was a detective for the Central District Major Crime Squad
How long were you a detective with the Central District Major Crimes?
from approximately May of 2013 up until my retirement in April April of 2020.
I'm going to draw your
9
attention
years.
specifically to May 30th of 2019. Were you a detective with Central District Major Crimes during that time period?
Yes, there was.
If you could briefly just explain to the jury some of your duties and responsibilities as well as your experience, training and
Okay,
experience.
so some of my duties and responsibilities, just we would go out and investigate different crime scenes of more serious nature. We would also be responsible for crime scene documentation, mapping, photographs, evidence collection.
Okay, so I can't help making this observation. Can you see how he's swaying in his chair? It's the same kind of self-soothing thing that Chris Watts was doing. Obviously, it's just, in his case, a sign of nervousness. I don't think he's guilty of anything. But you can just see it's a similar kind of thing, moving the body around a little bit, a little bit of a rocking motion, just to soothe that little bit of self-conscious, anxiety. It's quite interesting.
Disappearance of Jennifer DULOS.
Yes, I was aware of that.
Okay. And was this a request in relation to that?
Yes, I was told that it was in relation to this case, correct?
Now, were you given that specific address to go to, or did you go and find that address on your own?
I was told to go to that specific address.
And around what time did you go?
I don't recall exactly what time, but my report, I'd probably be able to a little bit more accurate with times at that point.
Well, let me ask you this briefly, sir. What was the purpose of going there?
To obtain any video surveillance, we were given some vehicles that Photos DULOS was registered to him to see if we can see any of those vehicles driving by those areas.
It really is noteworthy just how much he's moving. I don't know if I've ever seen a person in court move as much as he is, right?
Also given a time and a day to look for?
Yes.
What was that?
So that was on May 24th, between approximately 7 o'clock in the evening till 9 o'clock.
Did you go to the Route 4, I guess, what's the name of the company?
I think Route 4 Quick Stop, to the best of my recollection.
Did you go to the Route 4 Quick Stop?
Yes, I did.
And did you review any video surveillance from that area?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, is that video surveillance, well, strike that. Did you watch that on scene?
So we do watch part of it on scene, just to see if we see what we're kind of looking for, if time allows. Yes, that one I did watch part of it on scene.
Was the video motion activated or continuous?
Continuous.
Was the time accurate?
That time was yes, it was accurate.
It's the state's intention, Your Honor, to offer 66.
Okay.
If I can, Your Honor, there's one photo on 66 that I believe can be shown by agreement.
So we'll see what this photo is, but one thing where you've got to, give the prosecutor a little bit of leeway. They may have a particular idea of how they want the narrative to unfold, but they are constrained to some extent by the availability and scheduling of their witnesses. So, if a witness is not available, then they are forced to deal with a specific area of the narrative based on that person's availability. To me, the natural direction that the narrative should take now is the forensics, but maybe there's a scheduling issue, right?
It is. What town is that in?
That is in Farmington.
What type of establishment is the Route 4 Quick Stop?
It's a little, it's a gas station with like a little mini mart side for snacks.
It had video cameras?
It did, yes.
What, I guess, camera angle did the video cameras portray?
So they had multiple angles, but we were focused mainly on where we could see the entrance and exit and the main road before that travels past that area.
If you could please map out what Route 4 is.
So it's right along there. It continues from Farmington into Westbury. It's Farmington Avenue.
Also called Farmington Avenue.
Yes, it's also from Farmington Avenue.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, did you review the video there, or did you download it and take it back?
So we, a combination of both. We did review some video there and we did see it had evidentiary value, so that we seized.
When you say evidentiary value, what do you mean?
We found something that we were looking for.
Hello, Deborah Cohen.
See the black Ford F-150 Raptor drive by on May 24th.
What time did you see that vehicle drive by?
To the best of my recollection, I want to say probably approximately.
Welcome back, Deborah. Hope your teeth are okay.
Did you then seize that video?
Yes.
And did you log it into evidence or give it
Yes.
to the?
Logged into evidence.
Okay, you can have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
And this is specifically with respect solely to May 24th.
May 24th, correct.
And then that's the state's intention to offer it. I can prefer.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No objection.
If I can, Your Honor, I would say that, sir. If you can, turn your attention just to the screen.
What's the exhibit number, please?
It is 66, Your Honor.
State 66 admitted as a full exhibit.
It looks like there's utilizing a player, Your Honor, if I may just have one moment. Sir, do you see the screen behind you?
Yes, I do.
Is this the video that you watched and obtained from Route 4 Quick Stop?
Yes, it is. And that was the vehicle that just went by.
And what time did that vehicle go by at?
1913 or 713.
Is that the
There it
vehicle
is,
that
going
you
Correct.
stated
from
was
right to
evidentiary value?
left across the
Correct.
top of the
Top of
screen.
Traveling from right to left, black pickup truck.
By the way, you don't know who was driving or anything
That I
else?
could not identify who was driving it. No.
Okay, and you had, at this point, did you have any substantial role in the investigation into Jennifer Farber-Dulos' disappearance?
No, it was an assist. at this
What do you
point.
mean when you say an assist?
Western District Major Crime was handling most of the investigation where it occurred. And then when information was developed that some stuff may be up in our area, that's when we helped out in assisting in whatever, however we could in that particular area.
And is that why you went to the,
Correct.
Or
Yep,
stop
that would
that
fall
day?
under our jurisdiction geographically.
thank you, sir. Did you go anywhere else?
Yes, I did.
And well, I should say, did you go anywhere else to review or obtain video surveillance?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go?
I also went to Crown Market on Albany Avenue in West Hartford.
By the way, did you go to a third place as well?
Yes, I did.
What was the third place?
That was the Chrysalis Center on Homestead in Hartford.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
So you may be thinking, big mistake putting a swivel chair in that position, but they kind of need a swivel chair in order to allow the person testifying to look at the screen that's behind them. And of course, this is the potential downside of having a swivel chair, is that someone's going to be swiveling on it, even when they're not looking at something.
Crown Market or Chrysalis Center?
Crown Market first.
Okay, let's talk about the Crown Market. What type of place or area is Crown Market?
It's in a busy area. It's a supermarket located in a little plaza next to Starbucks.
And is that, what town is that in?
West Hartford, if I'm not, I believe,
We just saw the Route 4 quick stop.
correct.
In that map, do you recall that map that was up on the screen?
Yes, yes.
Which direction would the Crown Market be?
So you'd have to go west and then north a little bit.
What day did you go?
I went June 3rd, to the best of my recollection.
What information had you received prior to going to that address?
Just the same information as before, looking for the black Ford F-150 Raptor pickup truck during certain timeframes.
Okay, I'm going to show you, if you can, the screen behind you. This is the same map you just saw on the other side. Or the other side, I should say, with respect to the Route 4 quick stop. Is the Crown Market area depicted on that screen?
Yes, it is.
Where, if you wouldn't mind, if Your Honor, you can get up.
Up top, and then right around upstairs, it's great.
And that, is that a plaza?
It is a plaza. There's a pretty big intersection there, which is North Main Street.
Says Whole Foods Market. Is that one of the markets or?
Something in that area, correct?
Okay. Now this road here, is this, are we still on Route 4?
No,
Farmington
that's
Avenue?
Route 44 now. Albany Avenue.
Okay, guys, I'm not really sure what this is all about. It's not terribly relevant. It feels like it belongs in the earlier part of this whole thing to do with the CCTV. I really don't see the point of it unless there's disposal of evidence as part of this, but I'm not seeing that. I don't know whether it's to try and connect the vehicle more to where it came from. I'm not sure if that's what it's about. Not sure why you need to really show that. Unless the defense are trying to say, well, prove that that is Fotis Doulos. Like if you can't see the license plate, is that definitely him? So maybe they want to show the route that the vehicle went and then also show the route that the phone went. That's something they did in the Kate and Armstrong case. Very, very well done and very convincingly. And also in the Murdoch case where they showed how the telematics and the cell phone data broadly corresponded, right? So that might be what they doing here. So that the next thing we might deal with might be, instead of forensics, might be phone data or even vehicle telematics, who knows? So we're approaching the 4-hour mark. I tend not to do live streams that are this long. I did another one on the DULOS case that included a 1-hour intermission, and that was, I think, the longest. That's the record, 5.5 hours. Some creators do 8 hours. That's definitely not something I think I'm going to be doing very soon. But I think I'm going to give him another 5 minutes or so. If we don't have a new witness, I think we're going to call it a day. I'm extremely tired. I'm as tired. I'm dog tired. I'm as tired as my dog is. So I think you'll agree. This isn't terribly interesting at the moment. Certainly, what we dealt with earlier was some very, evidence that definitely pulls at your heartstrings. It kind of, and it is amazing how items of clothing can actually remind you of the person that wore them once upon a time, right? Is Cotton Star here? We can chat. Timmy saying, please go on, please go on.
So which exhibit number, please?
This is now 68, Your Honor.
States 68 admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you, you could look at the screen behind you.
So there's another instance where it looked like Michelle Troconis was chewing gum. Somebody made a comment that I think is brilliant, is it's the idea that you showing that she often eats gum, and so that is what she was doing innocently on the sidewalk. I think that is quite clever. That does make sense.
The other,
You're going back towards Farmington eastbound.
do you see that, or did you see that Ford Raptor appear on this screen?
Yes.
So
At
the
what
time here is
At 19:31
7:31.
hours.
Now, you indicated this was 4 minutes fast. but
Correct.
It would be the real time.
So 4 minutes, 19:27, so 7:27 real time.
Now, where does the vehicle appear on the screen, sir?
You can see it just drive by pretty quickly at the top of the screen there, the road.
There it goes.
Same question, by the way. You don't know who was driving or
No, I
anything
cannot
else?
see who's in the vehicle. in the video.
Is there another camera as well?
There is, correct.
And if I can, what does this depict?
It's also the parking lot, the main parking lot where this,
So another possibility is they may be trying to show Michelle's phone, because she said that part of her alibi, if that's the right word, in like what was she doing while the garbage was being disposed of, she said she was on her phone, and that almost certainly means that she had her phone with her. And so maybe what they're trying to do is show confirm that she was traveling with a vehicle all along. And then I think a very interesting question to ask is, where did that vehicle begin? Where did the vehicle start its journey from? And then also, where did the vehicle end up that night? Like, what was that vehicle's total itinerary that evening? Where did it start? Where did it stop? What time did it start? What time did it end? And in that way, address the potential involvement of the mistress.
Getting past utilizing that camera at this time?
no, the truck box basically blocks the whole view of that other camera.
Do you see the Ford Raptor at this point?
Yes,
Where's,
well,
I will play it.
yeah.
We also still have the mystery of what actually happened to Jennifer Dulos's body. Like, at what point was her body disposed of? How, when, where, and by who?
What we will do, ladies and gentlemen, is take the afternoon recess until 3:35. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, so I think that's about it from me. I'd love to cover the next part. There you can see she's chewing gum. Possibly part of a subtle or not so subtle influence campaign for the jury's benefit. So yeah, so I'm gonna call it. I remember I said another 5 minutes. Well, it's about 4:05 for the 4 hour mark. So thanks a lot for joining me, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow for day 10? Day 9 of this trial. So it is moving pretty slowly, but I must say each day there is some significant new evidence that we've seen, and today possibly some of the most significant evidence we've seen thus far. The bra that was cut, the bloodied shirt that was cut completely open along the front. Yeah, so we'll see what the DNA experts say about all of that. As Elias Grape says, see you next time, everyone. See you guys tomorrow. I'll monitor the coverage. If it's interesting, I'll jump on live as I did today. If it's less interesting, I'll do more of a recap type coverage. So that's how I want to approach it. So yeah, I can't tell you what time now. It depends on whether the coverage, in my opinion, warrants going live. So I've got an idea. It'll be more of a recap. So it might be, I might start much late in the evening. Mods, thanks very much for keeping the ship shape, the ship shape. Thanks a lot for the super chats, and thanks a lot for your comments and interactions. Bear in mind, this community also is on Patreon, quite interactive. Patreon.com/TCRS. On Twitter, go to @CrimeRocket. And if you're watching and you haven't subscribed, please do. I think the channel has just passed 173,000 subscribers. So you're in good company with curious scouts and peaches who are aware of the sunny side of life, hopefully. Yeah, then we can fast forward. Okay, guys, take care, and I'm gonna just play out. I just need to find my little clip, and so thanks very much, all those who are struggling with loved ones that are ill. Please take care of them. Take care of yourselves. Stay warm, and when you do sleep well, sweet dreams. I know that's what we are going to do right now. So take care. It's 10:20 here at night, but it's actually way past my bedtime. Okay, that's it from me. Ciao.